Hmm?
AC.
Okay.
AC means gases. This is on.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
And women are themselves.
You see, talk a bit. You come with that person because they're not responsive. That's what they told me 20 minutes ago. Omeka chini ya hiyo karatasi. Just check hapo chini ya kiti. What was pending was the water for the ones behind water. Um, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please project the screen I'd mentioned. Rama, you're not on tea break.
Sure.
Rama, can you hear us?
Hi, Rama.
Yes, hi.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I can hear you, please.
Rama, I need you to tell me if you can hear Lily's voice.
I can't hear Lily's voice. I can hear your voice.
Mani, if you're to use this, just put the headphones down. Let me try.
What's that behind? It has been shared. That is shared so in my list. I don't really like that you go and write this just for and they will get there. Oh, yes, it has again. So I want to test this now.
Right. It's a freshness special audio. You need speaker. This is
Your headphone.
no, this is that is speaker.
Oh, that's
Not
speaker.
microphone. So microphone is only one microphone. Rama, you can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So that's not speaking. So okay, Rama, I want to start projecting from my side. Rama.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay. Okay, we are doing more audio testing with the PS system this time, so just be standby.
Okay.
Rama, we're going to start testing the audience microphone. So let me know if you can hear Lily.
Okay. No, I can't hear her yet.
Okay, so Morning, everybody. Thank you for coming in today. We shall kick the session in the next couple of minutes. Shall be kicking minutes.
Hey, hi, Rahma. Hi, Rahma.
Hi, Lily. Can you hear me, Lily?
Yes, I can hear you, Rahma. Yes, I can hear you, Rahma. Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you, but there is an echo in the background.
That's good. Go ahead. This is the mic. This is the mic. So, the laptop is that. The laptop is getting used. Is the laptop here? Next, we're on the
Function.
That is the next big one. Wait, it's still in
Function. Ratma, can you hear me online?
Yes, Lily, I can hear you.
Ratma.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, hear you.
Okay.
That's all I'm scared. They book your balloons, I'm scared. But you can't have me back. Oh, that's all I'm scared. That's not scared. It's the credit is the net. That didn't. You connect to the screen and still staying. But for tested. So is there software to install? Yeah, and in that, yes, the pledges. It's on. What time is it?
Oh,
It's on. Oh, that's it. So you need to bring that table because it's not fast. Is it right there? Online the 13 people. 13. Is it like it's late? Yeah, it's late. And question?
yeah, that's kind of, you remember. I like the picture.
Okay. Are you sure there's more setting that you have to do?
One, two. One, two. Ratma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Lily.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I can wait. Yeah, patient. From
Ratma, can you hear me?
Yes,
Loud and clear?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
what about me? Can you hear me, Rama?
Yes, I can hear you, Charles.
Loud and clear?
Yep.
Rama, please confirm you can see the video plus the project at the same time. Rama? Rama?
I can see the video, but it's not clear on my side.
Can you see the projection? Because I'm sharing the screen as well.
Yeah, I can see the projector screen. The video keeps on hanging.
And then this and there. And then after the screen to outside. Then I should do that. That's what you can see now. Yeah, the presentation. Yes.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to begin. The program has been laid on your table, so you'll be able to follow through in that program. We are going to begin with a prayer. Then we shall get to know who is in the house today as we begin this activity. And I want to request any volunteer who is willing to pray for us to stand up and praise for us. She prays for us. Anyone filled with the Holy Spirit tonight?
Let's pray. Our kind and loving Father, we thank you for such a beautiful morning that you've given unto us, Lord. Father, we invite you as we discuss, as we learn, Lord Father, be in our midst, Lord Father. Show us your way, guide us for your understanding and for the betterment of this country, Jesus, Lord Father. Let your name be glorified. In Jesus' name I pray and believe.
Amen. We are going to introduce ourselves. Let's begin this time around from behind. Let's begin from behind as we come this way.
Good morning, members. I'm Secretary John from Santa Maria Bukoto Private School, Kampala. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Moses Professor, my name is from Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Spirit Yendi. I work with Mexico and represent some compartments. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Manuel, and I'm from Credit Valley Limited, which is a climate finance services company. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abanga David. I work with the National Alliance of Clean Cooking. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Ronald Kawesa. I'm representing Work East Africa. I'm consulting on behalf of UNA.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Catherine Atende from One Energy Solutions. I'm representing UNAC, the cooking. Good morning, everyone. I'm Aisha, business manager at One Solutions.
Good morning. My name is Lazarus Okech. I work with Ministry of Energy, Rural Development, and I work with the Clean Cooking Unit.
Good morning, everyone. That is my name, is Sacha, and the Power Trust Uganda. Thank you so much.
Good morning, colleagues. Training Manager, the Open Community Resource Development Initiatives, understanding of UNAC.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sheila Anaya, Carbon Operations Manager, Energy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Ezra Kajira from Labour Community Initiative.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nansala Victor from Rema Junior School, Kazan District.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Mboka. I am a lecturer with Makerere University School of Forestry, Environmental and Geographical Sciences.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ted. I work with manufacturing, representing in Uganda. I'm very excited to have this conversation today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sacha. I'm a national advisor with carbon market, supporting ministries of water and environment, finance, and the Ministry of Energy. Very glad to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, Herbert Amigaba from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, where I also coordinate our National Clean Cooking Unit.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Brian is the Commissioner for Energy Resources Department of the Ministry. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Jackson Mtegeki, the Technical Officer in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Good morning, everybody. My name is the Director of Carbon Projects, Carbon, that will be supporting today's engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a team online. Because of time, we have casted the names on the projector on the screen. You're able to see them, but we have a colleague who's moving the microphone. We need to know him, then we also know the she. Thank you.
Thank you, President. My name is, good morning, everyone. So in Kenya, we do two things. We say good morning once again.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Lily Rono. I work at Mastercard as the marketing and communication. Before I hand over the mic to my colleague here at Howard, I'd like just to mention that we'll be taking these pictures for not any other purpose, but as evidence that this meeting took place. And registering is a part for photography. So kindly allow us to take these photos. If you're not comfortable, kindly see me on the side and take note of that. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Howard Piwang. I work with Pastor.
Thank you. My name is Tashovia Crispus. I'm the Carbon and Green Finance Expert at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And further ado, we're going to commence immediately. And today I will not serve this food very fast, but I'll first invite our Acting Assistant Commissioner, Energy Resources Department, who happens to be the coordinator for the clean cooking unit, to come and give his welcome remarks. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope we are very well today and looking forward to a fully engaging day. So very glad to be here, and we are very, very grateful to have your presence with us this morning. I want to join the facilitator and all the colleagues to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and we appreciate your commitment. Many of us would have appreciated that getting here was not a cup of tea. So we appreciate your commitment, including our colleagues online. Thank you very much for making time. Let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge my colleagues from the ministry, the Clean Cooking Unit, who have put in every effort to organize this session. But also on the same note, our consultant, Vast Carbon. Thank you very much, Charles, and all. Lily, yes, Lily. Thank you very much for your commitment and making time to organize this morning. I think, as we'll have noted from the program, we'll be hearing more about the objectives of why we're meeting for this very critical meeting. However, just to highlight that we expect, as we engage today, this program to follow really best practice, to reflect standard consultative requirements, as we will be appreciating once we get into the business. But also more importantly, we expect that we'll be presenting and validating the proposed program in terms of the design and architecture. So we invite your active and utmost participation. We hope to obtain your input on the critical elements of the program so that we ensure that it's inclusive, it's nationally and sector-wise owned, but also through this process, then we deliver on a key principle on transparency, ensuring that this process is transparent and inclusive. And lastly, at the end of the day, we hope to have achieved a great step towards the readiness of this program, aligning to the national policy and regulatory frameworks, but also to the international carbon market requirements. So we want to invite your full participation and attention, your honest engagement and active conversation, because as I had throughout the introductions, most of us in the room are one way or another beneficiaries or key actors within this space. So it's very, very critical and important that we interest ourselves, we pay utmost attention to the discussions so that we have something that we are nationally proud of as a country, as a people. With those, and I think I will take the honor, Mr. Master of Ceremony, to jump right in. We'll start with some remarks before we get into the business of the day. And to give us remarks, we have two distinguished gentlemen. We'll start with remarks from our development partners who have helped us a great deal in not only putting this together, but also delivering on our national program and strategy for clean cooking. And our development partner representatives will be represented by none other than David, Mr. David from the Global Green Growth Institute. You're most welcome, David. And after that, we'll have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Brian, the Commissioner Energy Resources at the Ministry, to officially open us for the business ahead. So we look forward to the discussion. And on that note, I want to take this pleasure to invite David first to speak to this meeting, after which we'll invite the commissioner to officially open the meeting. David, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer Herbert. And good morning once again, everyone. My name is David Chisache Badese. I work with Triple GI, the Global Green Growth Institute, where I serve as an embedded technical advisor for carbon markets, advising government, that's the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Energy. I'll deliver some remarks on behalf of the country representative of the Global Green Growth Institute, who is unable to be here due to equally important engagements. The Commissioner for Energy Resources within the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Dr. Brian Isabidie, the head of the Clean Cooking Unit, Engineer Herbert, colleagues from the Ministry of Energy, the team from Vast Carbon the Consultants, distinguished participants, good morning. I'll tell you a little bit more about GGGI. GGGI is an intergovernmental organization that has in-country presence in about 53 member states across the globe. And our work resonates around building a green growth model that involves climate resilient and low carbon pathways across these countries. And in the countries where we work, we support governments in delivering on their climate goals. And some of the key aspects that we support are carbon markets. Uganda is a member of the Global Green Growth Institute. And as part of our support to Uganda, we support the delivery of carbon markets end to end. That means from capacity building all the way to ensuring that transactions happen. In our stream of work, we recognize that the energy sector plays a critical role in ensuring that the nationally determined contributions are met. And as part of our work to the overarching objectives of climate action, we provide support to the Ministry of Energy. And as GGGI, we have had the privilege to support the establishment of the Clean Cooking Unit within the Ministry of Energy, but also to support its operationalization, of which the work that has brought us here is part. So we, as GGGI, we provide support on carbon markets in over 20 countries, and we bring on board a wealth of experience in sharing with partner countries some of the learnings, but also some of the lessons that we have learned over time. Our service offering involves capacity building, it involves technical advisory assistance, but it also involves mitigation activity, initiation, development, as well as facilitation of transactions. We recognize that the energy transition is quite important for Uganda, and Uganda set out an energy transition plan, of which clean cooking is one of the key measures that have been listed in that plan, but also in the overarching nationally determined contributions. And whereas this is a key measure, we recognize that the financing gap is still large. And carbon markets have been identified as one of the key instruments that could help in bridging this gap. Therefore, We commend the Ministry of Energy that has started the work on designing a national clean cooking carbon finance framework, as well as a program of activities that could help aggregate clean cooking interventions, thereby reducing transaction costs and also making a significant contribution to the NDCs. We recognize that on the global stage, program of activities is the way to go. And most of the clean cooking players are quite small, that they cannot meet the transaction costs that are involved in undertaking carbon projects. Therefore, the intervention that is supported by our good consultants, Vast Carbon, comes timely, where carbon markets are becoming very critical on the global stage, but also where carbon markets are becoming equally complicated, that a lot of technical advisory assistance is needed. But also, we recognize that the opinions and views of local stakeholders are quite important. And indeed, that's why we are here to consult, to undertake the local stakeholder consultation that would then inform the broader program of activities that is yet to be developed. I would like to mention that the program of activities that is envisaged under this work is a large-scale program, and as we move forward with a number of offtake options for carbon credits, arrangements such as the bilateral agreements are quite important, and they resonate well with scale. Therefore, we believe that this is a very important stage in operationalizing some of the financing instruments that the Clean Cooking Unit has started on. I would like to thank the Ministry of Energy for this work, and I would like to thank the Clean Cooking Unit in particular for taking a bold step in leading the way in developing high integrity activities that would then feed into the national framework. As GTGI, we remain committed to supporting this cause, and we remain committed to working with the Ministry of Energy to ensure that carbon markets are operationalized within the energy sector, but also to ensure that all players within the clean cooking ecosystem are equally involved. I thank you.
Thank you, representative for GGI. I think as earlier mentioned by the acting assistant commissioner, I am going to ride on that protocol. It's a heavy issue, but I'll invite the commissioner here at the official opening up. Thank you.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start off with my comments about the title of this conference. When I heard the title of the conference, it said local. So local can have many meanings. So when we entered here this morning, each of us different definition of what local consultation means. And our colleagues who are visiting us from Kenya, from Vast, in this country, local can mean many things. And no wonder we had people coming in a little late, because I think we thought it was local for local people in this place. But that's on the lighter side. The other thing, as you can see, and that's part of your consultant's assignment, to understand how we interpret things. This is a consultation, it's not an interrogation. So when we walked in here, my first thinking was, everyone is a little tense, because it could easily become a consultation, but an interrogation. So colleagues, We need to relax. I am relaxed equally because this is a consultation and we called it local deliberately to emphasize that the solutions must be localized. The other day I had someone telling their spouse not to be international on them, but be local on them, meaning that we need to be conversational, we need to really adjust to each other and ensure that the conversation we are going to have makes meaning. So our partners, particularly the devolved partners, now represented by Triple GI, but for emphasis to emphasize that British High Commission that gives us this financing, our stakeholders from the sector, my colleagues from the Ministry of Energy led by Engineer Herbert, and of course the Clean Cooking Unit here today. I want to welcome you to this local stakeholder consultation on the carbon program of activities. Ladies and gentlemen, you appreciate this is a diverse group gathered here today, where we have participants coming from academia. I had someone from research, participants from private sector, project developers, us from policy, and I'm sure there are consumers amongst us as well. This is a diverse group and it is deliberate, colleagues, because our intention is to ensure that we have an all ecosystem approach to our conversation today. This is a consultation, but believe me, this is where decisions start. And that's why it's very important that we have everyone represented in conversation to ensure that they leave no one behind. Colleagues, I don't want to emphasize the importance of clean cooking. Our national cooking coordinator has emphasized that, and is better placed to talk about and emphasize the importance of clean cooking. But allow me to say that for us as a country, clean cooking is a national priority now. Whether you're coming from social, economic, environmental, and I can tell you even political is included at that level. So it is a national priority issue. And as a country, our NDP3 had put us to move to 50% at least. We did not succeed in moving there. We were deliberate in maintaining the target, telling you the size of the scale that we need to manage. So our target has been maintained at 50%. And these resources, both public but also private or blended. And we appreciate that as government, amongst the most promising sources of resources that we can use in this endeavor would be the carbon markets. Colleagues agree with me that all of us in this building know at least the importance of carbon markets and the carbon resources that can come from there. At least we all know. Now the challenge is, why are we not using, or why are we not tapping into these resources? There are conditions that we need to meet as a country, as institutions, but also as individuals in this country, which currently is not happening. Allow me to mention a few, but I'm sure the details will come in the course of the day. Most of the including representatives are fragmented, so the scale is very small. You cannot engage partners when your scale is very small. You would need something big enough to attract international players even when you're working at the local scale. In terms of coordination, even me where I sit, I keep hearing people talking about a number of projects, but there is no common coordination. Until recently, when we established the clean cooking unit, there's no common platform for us to communicate, not clean cooking as a whole, but specifically about carbon markets and the opportunities that we can harness as a country and as a set of business people. In terms of the volumes, most of the projects are small. So in here, you'll find 20 projects. They are, and in itself makes it hard for us as a country to engage that are looking again. Because those that would love to work with us to scale this or to benefit from our emission benefits that we have would like to work with bigger volumes that then can make impact going forward. So the projects are small. In terms of structure, the projects higher transaction costs if you're going to benefit from these carbon markets. So if you have any video project and you want to take it from a local level and partnership, you have to spend a lot of money. First, you don't get resources to establish the right data framework. Is a data intense system. So the things that you need to put in place to benefit from these projects are quite immense. And as such, most developers, even when they appreciate the importance of this market, just give up on that opportunity. The other area is in terms of eligibility, in terms of standardization, and I have already mentioned the MRV system that one need to establish to create that transparency, but also credibility that then would benefit from this market. They are either not in place or the conditions for meeting that are quite far from most of the developers that we have. Lastly, and this is related mostly to us in the government, because of the nature of this industry, we are not aligned properly as in terms of priorities of government or in terms of the regulatory framework. You'll find scattered opportunities in Ministry of Finance, in the units that have been established to harness this, in Ministry of Environment and Water, and in other places. In terms of setting our priorities as a country, but also in terms of setting the regulatory framework that would support that is still a challenge. And therefore, this initiative that we have here this morning is supposed to address those issues of scale, issues of coordination, issues of volumes, issues of transaction costs, in terms of alignment of priorities, but also regulatory framework. Ladies and gentlemen, this initiative, the program of activities that we are discussing this morning, is supposed to ensure delivery at scale with reduced transaction costs of projects, ensuring that we can lower as much as 60% of the costs that are intended, are required to drive this industry, and ultimately then contribute to bulk of big or aggregated projects that can harness the potential that comes with this industry. The proposal that we are putting in place this morning is to ensure that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development coordinates and therefore provides that reputation to our projects that can be trusted by our international partners. And my colleague keeps saying a government signature. That's the intention. We will also want to ensure that this program of activity is based on a common MRV system that then takes away costs from the developers, but the developers become shareholders in a common activity or program of activity. Ladies and gentlemen, given that objective, this meeting that you have been called to, you have been as people with the right team that you're leading, representatives that you're leading, but with the right capacity to engage colleagues, the consultants, and all of us in the ministry to scrutinize the program of activity ensure that you are asking candid questions on the fitness of powers. Is it structured well in terms of activities? Does it provide value to you? Is it transformative or is just incremental based on what you're doing currently? I would therefore want to encourage you with each other. And that's why I started by saying it should not be classroom business. Let us be relaxed. Let us be collegial in all ways so that we ask questions that can improve this program, that will improve our benefits from the carbon market. With those very many words that I have said, allow me to officially open this discussion for what I might have.
A very big round of applause to the Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner, for those great remarks. At this juncture, we are going to invite the consultant to officially take over and begin on consultation and objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Crispas. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Charles Waweru, Director of Carbon Projects with a company called Vast Carbon. We shall be supporting today's engagement and the ones to follow thereafter. I'd like to bring to your attention the materials on your desk. And for those of you who are online, I'd like to bring to your attention the materials that have been posted in the chat. There are two particular links provided. For those of you online, you will see a link providing you access to what you call the summary, which is basically an overview of the program of activities. As well, for those of you online, you will see a link that provides a in the fullness of time. You can always be inserting your questions and comments pertaining to this program of activities. For those of you who are present here with me in Kampala, on your desk, you'll see two printouts with what we call a QR code. One of the forms on your table will again give you access when you scan it to what you call the project documents. The project documents, in this case being, for example, the non-technical summary. So please, using your phone, you can scan that QR code and can get an access to the drive. You'll realize that the documents are a bit bulky for some of them, and that's why we're trying to minimize on the bit of paper production. At the same time, you also see another form on your table that gives you another QR code that gives you access to where you can also present your feedback digitally. So for those of you here in Kampala, you can either give us by way of filling in the digital form or filling in the feedback form. Now, the feedback form pertains to your understanding, appreciation, criticism, comments, cause for concern, adjustments, areas for improvement for the program of activities. During this consultation, the idea is to make sure that we listen to the audience, or if I may, the stakeholders who are you here physically present, as well as those online, with respect to this program of activity. So it's very important that we make sure that the program is designed as per the expectations of you, the audience, or rather stakeholders here with us. That said, in case there are any questions, please feel free to raise it. And then lastly is a quick look at what we have here on your table again, which is basically the program of events. I want to very quickly again, go over that with everybody so as we can see how the day is planned out for us. Allow me to also share with those who are online the program of events for everyone to be on the same page. Just allow me to drag this here. Yes, so for those of us online and also here present, you'll see the number of sessions we have planned out for today. We are kindly wrapping up session A, which is basically the opening formalities, and us having a walkthrough of what is lying ahead of us today. The second session, which is the program overview, we shall be looking at the program of activities from a non-technical perspective. We can all agree that sometimes there's a conception that the carbon market is a complex industry. Therefore, we as developers were obliged to ensure that the carbon accounting framework, the methodologies, etc., are presented in a very non-technical term to the stakeholders so they can be informed on how they're presenting their comments. And shortly also, we shall also be breaking for tea break and as well as the group photo for those of us here online, physically present. Session C will be the program of activities, structural design and architecture. That is, what is the program of activities? What are now what we call the component program of activities, all the voluntary project activities as well for this particular engagement in terms of which fuels are we targeting, which stakeholders in terms of beneficiaries, be it household, institutions, etc. And also what is the eligibility for persons or entities who want to be part of it. The other session, session D, will be looking at the targeted end users, the beneficiaries, and also the SDG contributions for this particular project. It being important to make sure that the program is tackling a number of SDGs beyond climate action number 13. The next session will be on safeguarding principles assessment. These particular principles and assessments are as per the gold standard, and we shall also be explaining why this particular international crediting program was selected and what is the other alternative also available. We shall be talking about that today. Session F will be on the governance, carbon rights, and benefit sharing. We shall make it very clear that for this particular program of activities, what we call the coordinating management entity, or if you like CME, is the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and you should be seeing the term MEMD all over the program or in the course of today's conversation. That is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, who is the coordinating managing entity of the proposed program of activities. And we shall see what that actually means in the carbon sense. Session G, we shall be looking at the options for the digital monitoring, reporting, verification, or DMRV platform. Why is it important? How will this be managed? And how it plays in the bigger scheme of things? And of course, by then, we shall then be breaking for lunch. Thereafter, after coming back from lunch, we shall be looking at some of the use cases of vendors or people who have got suggestions within which how they're looking to transition households, transition institutions from the use of high carbon intensive appliances to low carbon appliances, of course, with the case of fuel switch. We shall be listening to some of them. I'm happy to note that about 2 or 3 of them are already in the room, and we shall be given an opportunity to share their technologies and their solutions for clean cooking within the Republic of Uganda. We shall also be taking an extra deep dive into how are we looking to do the monitoring plan from a carbon accounting perspective as well. And then, because this is a program of activities, this is a local stakeholder consultation for the program of activities, the umbrella, we shall be looking at how are we looking at the subsequent local stakeholder consultation for the voluntary project activities, the VPS, which we shall be explaining in details what exactly this is. Thereafter, we shall be wrapping up the stakeholder consultation and today's engagement. You'll also appreciate that within each session, it's not, again, a case of a lecture or interrogation, as we agreed with the commissioner said, it's a question of consultation. So I will be presenting you the framework for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we shall have about 10 to 15 minutes of getting feedback, comments, criticisms, suggestions from the audience, both those who are here physically and those who are there virtually. Those who are virtually, we shall be looking at the questions you're posing in the chats and the Q&A session. And when it be, we shall also present, we shall also project we shall allow them to unmute themselves and present their views. That said, before we get into the meat of things today, do we have a proposer or an opposer to the program of events for the day? Do we feel the proposed program of events for the day is sufficient? Is something being left out? Anything being excluded? Do you have an opposer? Do you have a proposer? We good? Okay, so the program of events have been adopted unanimously. And I appreciate you for that. So allow me to now, for the sake of those who are online, to go back to projecting the screen. That marks the end of session A. That said, because of plans here, logistics, I'll ask for those of us who are online to bear with us for the next 15 minutes. As for those of us here in Kampala, we break for tea break for about 15-20 minutes. And so we will pause there online. And for those of us who are here in Kampala, I'll ask us to go for a quick group photo with the commissioner, the chief guest, and then we quickly break for tea and come back here in the next 15 minutes. So for those of us who are online, please excuse us for the next 20 minutes or so, as we have in-house tea break, and we shall be back momentarily. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to proceed with today's engagement. I will resume sharing our presentation for today's one. So a bit of housekeeping. First thing is that our restrooms can be accessed by this particular door here to your extreme right, that particular door there. And as you all know, there was an initial invitation for local stakeholder consultation for the other sessions, that is the voluntary project activities. The other Kampala session was to be held here, but we have pushed the dates. The dates because of the current Easter festivities. We are pushing all the remaining stakeholders consultation to, I'll appreciate one meeting kindly. Thank you. One meeting kindly. We are pushing all the remaining stakeholder consultations to last call, please, one meeting. We'll have enough time for good networking during lunchtime and end of day. Thank you. So we'll have the local stakeholder consultation being pushed to the Monday of the 13th of April. The session for the second session for Kampala, where we're looking at the LPG opportunity, will be held at the Sheraton. So we'll make sure that all attendees here and those online and those not here will also be communicated to via email by end of day today for the other remaining sessions. We had planned to have local stakeholder consultation for each of the VPS, or if you like, voluntary project activities in each of the regions. So for Central was Kampala, we have in the North Gundu, we have Mbale and Barare as well to cover the East and West to make sure that the consultations are as inclusive as possible. So we shall also be following this up with the communication by way of email, end of day today. And remember again that we have given you the tools to provide feedback. For those of online, in the house session, we're looking at your questions and comments online. For those of us who are in person, after my brief presentation, microphone will be available for anyone who has got a question or comments to present the same. That said, we are now going to look at the program overview of this POA. And we shall explain what a POA is, what a VPA is, so as all of us can understand, and you as a stakeholder how and where you can play a role in. I will not recap what is already known with the audience. For those of you able to have seen the invitation from the commissioner, it was clearly labeled or clearly presented in terms of what the state of clean cooking within the ecosystem, and there's a case of a bit of a dependence on biomass. And again, that's why you always hear that whenever you're talking about clean cooking, it has a very close direct correlation with forest cover. For those of your developers, I think I've had there are some developers here, this thing they call fraction of non-renewable biomass. How much are we replenishing from the forest cover compared to how much we are using from the forest as a fuel for clean cooking? That fraction of non-renewable biomass is why there's always a huge correlation between clean cooking and forest cover. So there's a need to make sure that we transition as many households as possible from the use of high carbon intensive fuels to low carbon intensive fuels. And as we are doing that, we make sure that the appliances that we are giving them are as efficient as possible. In most cases, people have always focused on households, on the household, but now we know for a fact that institutions such as the learning institutions, such as the religious institutions, or even the prison service have a high dependency on non-renewable biomass, such as forestry for cooking practices. So this particular POA, as we shall be seeing in greater detail, we'll be looking at both the clean cooking practices that can be adopted by the households, be it those in the urban areas, peri-urban areas, and rural areas, both for the household and also for the institutions. For those of you who are able to see the projection, and I also just remind you, on your table, there is a QR code you can scan and be able to access these presentations from the Google Drive folder. So what are we trying to achieve here? And when I say we, I mean everyone. It's not just the ministry. Remember, this is for all people who have an interest in supporting clean cooking in Uganda, right? That means public sector officials, private sector officials, development partners, international partners, etc. The only people whom we're excluding are extraterrestrials, correct? But everyone else, we are together. So this is a consultation, and if you find something is not making sense, or you feel that we can adjust the program in a particular manner, this is where it needs to happen, because this is going to be affecting all of us who have an interest in supporting clean cooking within the Republic of Uganda. The main primary objective, I think, has been well presented by our partners from the GGI, including the commissioner, is on the need for us to aggregate. Now, let's face it, we know for a fact that there are a number of companies within Uganda that are distributing, manufacturing and distributing household cooking appliances. But for one reason or the other, some of them do not have the adequate logistical capacity to not only do that, but also look at the carbon market opportunities. The reality is, whereas you can get carbon finance or carbon credits from clean cooking, the reality is that it depends on your scale. If you're doing 100 stores, you're doing 1,000 stores. If you're doing 5,000 stores or even 10,000 stores, technically you can calculate and generate carbon credits, but because of the cost of doing carbon accounting, you might not be able to break even. So what is the suggestion? I'll have to be very aggressive now with the interruption at the back. What then do we do for the people who are doing very positive, climate positive action in the country, but because of the logistical components of carbon accounting, the cost might not be making adequate sense? What do we then do? One of the suggestions is something that's always been practiced here, not just here in Uganda, but in the continent, whereby can we put small players together? Think of a program of activities like a circle. As a typical farmer or a typical business by yourself, you might not be able to harness some of the economies of scale. But as a farmer or as a business, when you come together and join a circle, a cooperative society, you can start harnessing those economies of scale. That's the same suggestion that's being presented for small scale players who are doing incredible work in clean cooking, but individually, they might not really be able to cover the cost of some of these project registrations. For example, opening an account with some of these international crediting programs can cost you as much or as little as $1,000, and to have a project registered is about $2,500. For some players, that is affordable, but for some players, that is a significant cost. For you to have your project audited or verified by what you call the so-called third-party auditors, sometimes the cost can be at least $10,000 to even as much as $30,000. That again, for some players, might not be cost effective. However, what you may not know is that the same cost might be applied to 5 companies who come together to do the clean cooking together. And that's really what we are suggesting here, that for those who are unable to do it by yourselves, you can always explore the concept of aggregation. And the beauty of it is that by the ministry adopting or saying they're going to become the coordinating management entity, they play a significant role in supporting the small scale players in coming together and working out the technical and legal and financial dimensions with what it means to have 5, 6, 7, 10, 20 different players coming together as one. That is some of the conversations we want to have. How do we move and how do we start scaling these frameworks? The second main thing, of course, as we all know, is to keep on transitioning the use of non-renewable biomass. I know I have to insist on saying non-renewable biomass because I know that some online will might challenge and say forest cover or forests can also be renewable biomass. Yes, if it's being replenished. So I'll keep on saying non-renewable biomass to mean the biomass fuel that are not being replenished or being made in a renewable manner. I hope I'm very clear on that. Sorry to sound too technical, but it's very important to be very, very clear in the use of our technologies. Of course, if you can have players in this room or elsewhere within the country who are able to support in transitioning to clean cooking without touching the forest cover, it will be very, very important for everyone. I will not go and talk about the the health impacts of using charcoal or using firewood in the households. I think we are all pretty much familiar with that. Thirdly, of course, is how are we going to get the necessary resources for scaling? Because if you're targeting 10 million households, and if you are one of the players who are doing clean cooking in the country, ask yourself, how many households have you transitioned? I'm sure it's not 1 million, but the target is 10 million. So how do we make sure that collectively, as stakeholders in the Republic of Uganda and the international partners and development partners, how do we make sure that each and every single household in the Republic has transitioned sustainably to clean cooking? When I say sustainably, it simply means as follows. The last thing you want, and if we are honest with ourselves, we'll agree that sometimes we transition houses or even institutions with this nice looking cooking appliances. But then because for one or the other, they might be affordable, the houses go back to business as usual, cooking with firewood and the 3 stones, for example. So how do we make sure we do the transitions and we do it sustainably? In the context of carbon markets, for us to be able to make sure we get the so-called verified emissions reduction, we need to do 2 things. We need to ensure there is adoption of clean cooking appliances and practices, and there is utilization. What do I mean? It is just not enough as a supplier to say, we have sold 500,000 electric pressure cookers to 500,000 houses. It's not enough. It only becomes enough if the statement says, we have been able to provide 500,000 electric pressure cookers to 500,000 houses, and we have been assured and verified that each of these houses is using the electric pressure cooker to cook twice or thrice a day for 365 days. I hope I'm clear on that. For us to make sure we get the so-called verified emissions reduction, or if you like carbon credits, or if you like carbon finance, you have to make sure, one, you sell them. How you sell them? Are you going to be using PayGo, etc.? We shall be looking at some of those carbon finance options later in today's conversation. How do we look at that? And we'll be having our finance experts coming into the call to just give us some of the options that are available. So you make sure the household secures the clean cooking apparatus, if it's electric, if it's biogas, if it is bioethanol, etc. But more importantly, whenever they want to cook, be it breakfast, be it lunch, be it dinner, they are cooking with that clean cooking apparatus. Not just once a week, not just during public holidays when they're at home, not just during weddings, but for every single day of the year. So how do we ensure that that utilization happens sustainably? Okay, because in the current dispensation of clean cooking, if a household is not using the clean cooking apparatus, then what it simply means then you're not generating the carbon credits. I hope I'm very clear on that. If guys are not using, the household or the institutions are not using your clean cooking apparatus 365 days of the year, they only use it for 5 days of the year, the shock on you will be that you only get carbon credits for the days within which you are using by way of the energy consumption. And there are ways in which now the carbon market ecosystem knows when and how much fuel was used in a clean cooking way from each household or institutions. So you'll only get the carbon credits based on what has been verified. I hope that point is very, very clear. Okay? Selling is one thing, adoption is one thing, but utilization is really the key thing. And we're here today, we shall be looking at how can we make sure the households and institutions in the Republic of Uganda are adopting this. Now, the fourth objective is that the projects we shall be doing will be looking at a number of markets in the carbon market ecosystem. There are 2 kinds of market. There are what you call the voluntary carbon markets. Yeah, you just want to generate the credits, and you have found buyers from wherever it is to sell them the credits. Yeah. The other option, of course, is now what you call the compliance market, and in the compliance market, there's what you call the Paris Agreement credit mechanism, or if you like, PSCM, PACAM, or what you call the CORSIA for the airlines. Yeah. Now, this is where now, because the word is compliance, yeah, the question is compliance to who or to what? With the regulations of the Republic of Uganda. Yeah, I did not say that the designated national authority is the Ministry of Water and Environment. There's a very robust national climate change regulations within the country. So you have to make sure you are in compliance with the climate change and carbon market regulations of the Republic of Uganda. I hope I'm very clear on that. Yes? I can see there's a question here. Yes, the microphone is coming. I hope I'm very clear on that. You can either play within the voluntary carbon market, or you can play within the compliance market. And as the name compliance says, you have to be in compliance with someone. You have to be in compliance to something. Yes? So you have to be in compliance with the regulations of the Republic of Uganda. For you to say you want to transact with Article 6, let's say, once our brothers and sisters from Switzerland do a framework with the Republic of Uganda, there will be certain regulations or requirements for you that you will be required to go what you call letter of authorization. If you can't secure that, then you can't be part of that. That's what I'm saying, compliance. Yeah, it's not a must. It's not a right. You have to be in compliance. For the voluntary carbon market, it's okay. It's a little bit more fluid. But for the compliance market, you must be in compliance with those regulations. Quick question here. Yeah, please just remind us on the name because the audience has the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. I'm sorry for the interruption. My name is Edwin Kwesiga. I work with Band Manufacturing. I just felt I should ask a question now during your presentation. You raised a very valid point with regards to the verification of carbon credits based on usage, especially if a customer uses a product for a short amount of time in a year, that's when they are considered. I think at Band we've had this practical experience. We are trying to get our customers to use at least 1 kilowatt hour per day and use the product regularly. But realistically, we are getting people to get a new technology which is clean, and it will be difficult to drive usage. So in this program, how are we factoring in behavioral change, awareness, who's doing the financing for that? Because there's a danger of us selling different products such as pressure cookers and induction cookers. People have the product but they hardly use it, and it really won't serve the purpose of both the manufacturer and also the industry in general. So it's a kind of general question, but how are we factoring in financing, actually paying for awareness for customer usage?
Yeah, very good question, although we'll cover a lot of that in session D. But quickly, I'll just say this, as you're familiar that the ministry has a clean cooking unit. And I'll be honest with you, I'm from Kenya, I can tell you that there are barely 5 countries in the continent that have a dedicated clean cooking unit within the Ministry of Energy. The fact that the unit exists there is part of now supporting the stakeholder interaction, the theory of change as well, because again, as you mentioned clearly, people are yet, the households, yeah, they're yet to really see the value of cooking, because they'll say, so-and-so has been cooking with the fire for 60 years, I've never fallen sick, etc. What's so different? Yeah. So what I know for sure is that the clean cooking units plays that part of the awareness, the advocacy role. Question that you presented, where is this financing coming from? I know that there are some players, I know that the likes of MEX, FDB are looking to support in some of these transitions as well through the ministry, of course. So there's no one clear answer, but there is already some initiatives that the clean cooking units is really trying to drive, but it can't do it alone. Yeah, in this current dispensation of the ecosystem, public sector must work with the private sector. So what the ministry is now trying to do is to create that umbrella body, and we shall be looking at the POA structure to see how and where does everyone fit. For the public sector entities, that is, let's say, ministries or even parastatals, where do they fit in this conversation, and the private sector, and then we shall have an open discussion. How do we get to pull resources equitably so to make sure that transitions can happen from those who are looking to play a role? And of course, I know most of the private sector players are very keen to get what you call the letter of authorizations, because that means there's better financing to allow them to do the transition. At the same time, how then do we make sure that when that financing is happening, there's equitable benefit sharing with the houses? Because I'll give the example of projects that are being developed, let's say in Kenya, for example, for electric cooking. One of the model has been, you get the carbon credits from e-cooking by way of measuring the kilowatt hours. Yes. So the financial model, and one of the experts will be coming to explain, whereby from every monthly consumption of electricity, we're able to compute the amount of carbon credits generated against a particular fixed price. Yeah, then the model will tell us maybe if we are able to reimburse them 20% of the carbon credits generated as a way of sharing the benefit, not as cash, but as electricity tokens, it might just spur them to keep on cooking with electricity. But of course, we cannot assume the behavior of people within the urban areas is the same for those in peri-urban and rural. So there has to be a deliberate effort to make sure we are finding solutions for every region or even districts as possible, because maybe how you incentivize a household in, let's say, in Gulu is different from how you incentivize a household in, let's say, in Mbale, for example. So we really have to see what is your target district or region, how do you incentivize them? And for you to learn that, you must do, of course, a baseline study. You have to go to literally a number of houses and tell them, if I was to give you this, will it make you sufficiently motivated and incentivized to be cooking with that? So there'll be a lot of on-ground discussions with the people at the very least development units, the village level, to see, is this enough to make you transition? But yes, there's a bit of financial structuring, raising of development finances as well, and seeing how we make sure the developers can get something at the same time the households get something. Because if they're not incentivized, like you said, they'll start cooking once in a while where they've got guests. They want to make sure everything looks nice and neat, but it's not going to be a habit. So how then do we make sure it's going to be a habit? It's part of the conversations we must have here today. Yeah. Okay. And I'll be looking at the POA structure shortly to see the different fuels available or applicable, and then we'll start thinking through how do we get houses to be using LPG, how do we get houses to be using bioethanol, biogas, because these are different fuels for different socioeconomic target beneficiaries. So we'll be having those specific conversations as well. And then part of this endeavor is also to see how do we make sure these investments that are going to be coming into the play are going to be sustainable. Now, for those who might not be familiar, in the carbon market, we have something called the crediting program, which simply means the duration within which you are allowed to get what you call the carbon credits. Because we're using the gold standard framework here, the bare minimum credit period is 5 years, and it can be renewed twice, so long as you meet certain justifications. And again, to insist, for those of you who are not familiar, part of the work of the ministry is coordinating management entities to make sure all players are going to go through a technical capacity building session to make sure they understand the terminologies, etc., etc. So it simply means we're looking at the program running from 5 to even 15 years, depending on a number of factors. But at least we can talk about the first 5 years, yeah? We can at least talk about the first 5 years. Again, the reason is because the carbon market ecosystem is key to make sure that for people who are looking to invest into clean cooking, there's sufficient amount of time for them to be able to recoup the investments so as they can keep on replicating what they're doing within the ecosystem. So that's why we have a very nice and healthy crediting period. Now, I want to take an extra bit of time to explain this particular structure, what you call the POA, the Program of Activities. It is the umbrella, okay? It's the umbrella that the ministry is saying persons who are keen to take part in clean cooking and want a bit of technical support from the ministry, join this umbrella. Now, the reality is this, that, and you guys know better than me, is that in certain districts or regions of the country, certain fuels excel, and certain fields might not perform as well because of either logistics, uptake, etc. That is the reality. So when you're looking at clean transition, we must understand who are we targeting first of all, or what are we targeting? We are targeting to make sure we try and minimize. We cannot eradicate, that's the reality. Yeah? We try and minimize the use of high carbon intensive fuels. Yeah, and we know who that is, right? In this case, the agreed culprit is fine. Now, so what is that other cleaner fuel? Okay, what is that other cleaner fuel? There are quite a number of cleaner fuels. But even if you adopt a cleaner fuel, the question is the cooking apparatus more efficient? Now, the reality is this, and I'm sure most of you have interacted with different cooking appliances in the country or beyond. There are some cooking apparatus whereby what you call the thermal efficiency, the efficiency for it to burn fuel is, let's say, 40%, and that's like 80%. Yeah, think of them like cars. There's some cars that are very efficient in using petrol, right? And some not very efficient. Some you can say for every 1 liter of petrol, can go 20 kilometers. Yes. And some, they say 1 liter of petrol can only go for 5 kilometers. That is a very bad vehicle, right? Same thing with clean cooking appliances. There are some cooking appliances that are very efficient. I know some can go as high as 60+%, but some are around the 25% thermal efficiency. So when we are transitioning houses, we must transition them into more efficient cookstoves, at the same time, more efficient fuels. So as we can do a lot of emissions reduction. At this point in time, for those of us who are familiar with the ecosystem, I want to make it very clear how we get the so-called carbon credits. It's very, very simple. When you're cooking with fire, for example, and you're using the 3 stones, the way you're putting the stones, there's a lot of air gaps in between, right? So when you're cooking with the firewood, a lot of heat is being wasted. That's the reality, yeah? So in most cases, we say when you're cooking with firewood and 3 stones, the efficiency is about 10%, which means also the emissions coming from the greenhouse gases from the burning of the firewood is as much as this, okay? But then now you decide to enclose that cooking apparatus. So you're no longer using stones, but let's say you're using an improved cook stove, one made by a bit of clay and whatnot, efficiency is 40%. Yes, you'll still be having the smoke coming out, but it's far less because now there's less heat being lost. So the smoke moved from here to, let's say, here. How you get your carbon credits, very simple, is we calculate how much smoke was there and how much smoke is now. The difference becomes your carbon credits, whereby we're saying for every 1 ton of greenhouse gases that you've been able to reduce from your cooking apparatus and fuel switch, you're getting 1 carbon credit. So if you do a baseline study in a household and see maybe the baseline for houses using firewood and 3 stone, let's say it's 5 tons of greenhouse gases, and you present your stove that is very efficient, it's able to only emit, let's say, 2 tons of greenhouse gases per annum, per annum. So we take the 5 minus the 3, we get 3, right? 5 minus the 2, we get 3. That becomes your emissions reduction. How many emissions have you reduced? Because reality is that even your new cook stove has some emissions. You'll tell me what about electric, yes. But you see, if the electric cook stove is relying on the energy grid, then the energy grid has some sort of emissions, right? It's a bit of emissions. That has to be calculated. But if your electric cook stove is using solar, then that's different. But other than solar, everything else has an emission. So we look at what was the baseline emission. You look at what is the emissions from your stove, the difference becomes more or less now the emissions reduction. Of course, there'll be something called leakage emission, but that's too technical. But the simplicity is the more efficient your stove is, it means your stove is releasing less amount of greenhouse gases. And the difference between that and the baseline becomes your carbon credits. So you want transition to LPG, good, no problem. But the person who's transitioning to electric is likely to get more credits because the electric and a 60% efficient stove, there are far less emissions than a 60% stove with running with LPG, because the LPG still has its own emissions. Yeah, so think of that. I'm not trying to prescribe, but that's the reality. In terms of you're looking at where is the numbers, where is the money at, yeah? That is where the money is at. The more cleaner you are and the more efficient you are, then the more the credits you're able to generate. But the program is going to be inclusive to almost everyone and anyone in the Republic. Make sure that in as much as you're looking at the carbon finance, you also have to make sure that whatever you're doing must be anchored by the laws of the Republic. Are we together? So if the Uganda National Bureau of Standards says that the bare minimum efficiency for a stove is 40%, then you can't have your 10% efficient stove and expect to get carbon credits because you are not in compliance to the host country regulations. Are you together? Because the carbon standard, like standard will ask you, are you in compliance with whatever the UNBS is saying about efficiency? No, then you're ineligible. Yeah, you want these benefits, you have to play to the rules of that ecosystem. So at the very top, you're having there the program of activities, and you can see here there are about so different prescribed possible fuels. Yeah. On the extreme left, you can see what you call the LPG VPA. VPA again stands for the voluntary project activities, meaning players who are looking to do clean cooking by way of LPG. It's possible. There's also electric cooking, and when you're looking at electric cooking, you're looking at electric pressure cookers, we're looking at induction stoves, we're looking at infrared, yeah. This is all AC, right? Alternating currents. There are also those for the solar. All these can either be running as either from the grid or gridless. That is not the DC from solar stoves, the solar panels. And I'm sure there's some players who are doing that. Are there any people doing solar cooking here? Okay, good. There's one here, yeah? The solar cooking. So again, all those are possible. There's also the possibility of ethanol, yeah? Cooking with ethanol is also eligible. There's also biogas, yeah? I'm sure all of us have seen or heard people doing biodigesters in their houses and their farms, yeah? Any person doing biodigester here? Biodigesters, good. There's one at the very back there. It's good you're having these different use cases. Is there LPG? People who are into LPG? Good, there's an LPG. Electric, EPCs, electric pressure cookers, good. Induction cookers, good. Hey, this is good. I'm on a roll. Ethanol. Okay. Yes, there's ethanol back there. Biogas, there's one. And there's also people are using briquettes and pellets. Briquettes are good. You see, everyone has been accommodated because the reality is that some things you can easily do in Kampala. But some things may not easily do, let's say, elsewhere in the region, right? So, because the last thing you want, as our friend here from Bang said, the last thing you want is you push down this technology to a household, you force them use this, and then you leave. The moment you leave, they take it, they put it up there in the cupboard. It's a souvenir. Yeah, you must make sure you train them, you teach them. So even when you go back into your car, come back to Kampala, you have left them in Gulu, they're still running this stuff, yeah? Yeah, it's not just about being seen to do, but actually making sure people are doing it. So you can set the very top layer for the program of activities. Then the second layer is the VPAs organized by way of fuel. But remember, I'm saying on fuel, but you must also make sure that the stove, the cooking apparatus, is as efficient as possible. Okay, are you together? The more efficient you are, that means most likely will be the good side from the UNBS side, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. At the same time, the more efficient you are, as I've said, you're likely to get more carbon credits. Are you together? Yeah, so I won't mention the cooking apparatus because you must have the cooking apparatus to go with the fuels. And you guys are already doing this thing, so you're experts. But then now you can see the third row. It looks a bit complicated, but I'll just break it down for you. You notice that for each fuel VPA, there is institutional and there's household. Most of us have been focused a lot on the household, yeah? Because I mean, that's where really there's always been a gap within most of the ecosystems. But the reality is that our schools, especially boarding schools, prison systems, all these other institutions that are providing meals for the attendees or congregants, they're likely to be using some of these high carbon fuels. And that now presents an opportunity for transition. And it's because of that even the ministry has worked with the likes of the modern energy cooking services to get people who are providing electric institutional cook stoves for some of the schools and also for those in the biogas. Are there people who are currently doing institutional clean cooking in the country or beyond? Yeah. Institutional clean cooking, good. Yes, that's very good. That's very good, yeah. So yes, we are going to be looking at households, but also the focus for the institutions. So I hope you're all together. There's the umbrella, then there's a fuel level volunteer program of activities, and then we're looking at both institutions and households. Are you together for that? Now we go to the fourth layer, where now there's a case of public and private. Now, the ministry is keen to also be generating carbon finance to help its clean cooking work in the ecosystem. So that's a public institution. But there's also going to be those private institutions. I'm told the Association of EPC Distributors, are they in the house? The Association of Distributors, Clean Cooking? UNAC? Good, yes. So the private institutions such as UNAC who will be keen to also keep on supporting the people of Uganda in clean cooking. Those are private sector institutions. That's why even though the ministry is the coordinating management agency, it does not mean then private institutions like the members of UNAC are going to be excluded. No, they have a role. So for UNAC members who want to do clean cooking at the institution level, yes, they can do it. For UNAC members who are looking to do it in the household level, yes, they can do it and be part of this. For UNAC members who want to do it by way of using LPG, in electric, in biogas, in bioethanol, in everywhere. That's what the framework is all about. And the bit now pitching to UNAC members who are part of your membership, but maybe they've not yet gone to the level of getting carbon credits for one reason or the other. That's when the clean cooking comes in. How can you be supported technically? And another way to be supported technically is having this program, this framework, which will help you in certain cost reductions here and there. And of course, things like capacity building, so as to ensure that the ministry has empowered enough private sector players who might not have the capacity, but have got the interest of supporting clean cooking. So that's where now all this framework comes in. It's now walking the talk. Yeah, there's just saying we must transition and you keep quiet. But now the ministry is saying we must transition and this is how we can do it and this is how we can support you. So going that extra, that is what you're talking about. That said, is the structure clear so far? Any questions or comments from the structure? Because this structure then allows us to talk about when we're coming back to do the LSCs from the 13th of April, like I've mentioned. We're not having this week because of the Easter festivities. We are pushing back the dates a little bit more. We'll be having a dedicated local stakeholder consultation for, let's say, LPG. Anyone who wants to look at LPG, now come, we have a conversation as the people of LPG. Yeah, forget what's happening in the museum. Let's just come and talk about how can you use LPG in clean cooking. Then on a different day, for those who are looking at doing electric cooking, come, we have our own stakeholder consultation. And then there's also one for the biogas as well. Okay, so as now, we can fine tune the solutions and the technical approach at the fuel level. Yeah, because I'm sure the challenges of LPG are different from those of, let's say, biogas and electric. That's a fair assumption? Yes, so we'll have now the dedicated local stakeholder consultation for each of those 3 VPNs. Are we together so far? Any questions or comments? If no question or comment, criticism or addition? Yes, microphone here.
Thank you. Yes, Jim Sawatuka is my name. I'm coming from a company called Safer Uganda. What I've appreciated so much here is that you are telling us or informing us that some of the sector players who may not have the potential to generate a lot of carbon because of the levels of production and sales they are trying to make in the market. And then you advise that it would be important for such players to come together, maybe to like making a consortium, forming a consortium, or a circle, or a cooperative union. I'm happy to inform my members who are in the room that UNAC has had the chance of also thinking about that earlier before even we came into the room, where we are going to form a circle in UNAC. So we are going to be research of at least involving each and every one. The formation of the circle was purposely for our financial benefit, but now it is even throwing us into the carbon trading or carbon market. My question is, if company A would sell, let me assume, an EPC to customer A, then another company for ethanol also reaches that same client. Because even in the other sectors, you will find a home having more than 3 cars in the compound. So this same client procures another type of clean cooking appliance, but of a different category. Do we all go into the carbon and accepted into the carbon, leave alone other factors remaining constant, or if a client or a customer manage to secure one type of product which is under even carbon, he will not qualify for another? Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question. That's a very, very good question. It's the reality. The reality of the houses is somebody in the house has got a charcoal stove, LPG, electric. That is the reality. So it's a very good question. Okay, so okay, since you know the question, I'll get that into that. So the answer is yes, however. So let's say a household is using LPG stove from somebody, and that LPG stove is part of a carbon project. The same household is getting electric, the same household is getting ethanol. The reality is this, we call it fuel stacking. So in the carbon accounting, for each of the stove, which is part of a carbon project, it has to be able to show how much time, how much fuel is being consumed by the respective fuel stove for their project. And the reality is one household only cooks thrice at most. And the reality is that some stoves that will be used more than others. The concept of digital monitoring reporting verification is as follows. To each of these stoves, they should be embedded what you call a digital monitor or a sensor that is able to quantify how much fuel each stove is using. So in this case, the LPG stove will be showing how much LPG has been consumed per day, per week, per month, per annum. The one for biogas as well, how much has been used in terms of the volumes, and for the one for electric as well for the kilowatt hours. Yeah, and these are three different stoves. So the one doing LPG, the one doing electric, the one doing ethanol or biogas even, will only get credits based on the consumption of fuel that has been verified from the respective stove. And that's why the digital MRV system is very important. Okay, so one household can be part of three different programs because that is the reality. But when it comes to credits being assigned, it will be assigned based on consumption because the different methodologies which are out there are able to compute if you're using this amount of LPG, how many carbon credits have been generated? If you're using this amount of kilowatt hours, how much carbon credits have been generated? So the different carbon projects will only get credits based on the consumption that has been verified. That is where the devices have been metered. Yeah, which is easy. That one is easy, it's light work. The challenge comes in is if those devices have not been metered. The first question will be, why are they not metered? Because there are three methodologies, and we shall be looking at them today, later in today's presentation. There are three methodologies which are going to be part of this POA. And the methodologies are very clear. If you want to get carbon credits coming from a device that can be metered, then it has to be metered. Some devices are understandable that it might be too complicated to have them metered. For example, the ones for briquettes and whatnot, then you're allowed not to be metered. So the different methodologies will tell you which one is the most applicable for a device. If you're looking at doing an electric pressure cooker, which we know it's electricity, it's metered, but then you're using the methodology that, for example, it's called TPD tech, and I'll talk about later, that allows for devices that are not metered. You will not be eligible. You'll be told by the standard, no, that's not the right methodology. Use the methodology, which requires you to meter. In other words, the program will explain the kind of devices, and I'll be talking about that in subsequent slides about this. For certain devices, which is the applicable methodology, and the applicable methodology will tell you how we do the monitoring and reporting. Because what has been happening in the past is somebody is providing a biomass stove, another LPG, and so forth, and all of them claiming separately that this household is using my stove thrice a day, 365 days in the year. And that has resulted in what we call overcrediting, and some companies have been having problems with the standards. So now the gold standard revises its methodologies. The three methodologies we'll be talking about, it revises the methodologies to enhance the level of integrity, to make sure that people are no longer providing or doing dubious claims, which has been in the past. And remember, even if you're doing it as a company here in Kampala or in Gulu, don't think that place is too far that auditor won't get there. We have what you call the validation and verification bodies. These are independent third auditors who come from outside the country to come and audit and verify the claims you're making. And if you're found to be making verifiable, justifiable claims, you get your credits issued. If not, you have problems. And when you're saying you're trying to do the gold standard and then things don't go the way you plan and then say you want to go to another person, you're already being flagged. So what I'm saying is integrity will be very, very important. And that's what even the ministry is very keen. And that's why it's designing this program of activities to make sure that the standards are going to be cross-cutting to everyone to make sure. And if you're doing a private business, your private business will not come and tarnish the clean cooking agenda of the country. Because if the auditors say, oh, guys in the country are doing a lot of dubious estimations, then the whole country can be blacklisted and say, hey, no people want to buy. You'll be generating the credits, but remember you're generating the credits not for yourselves, but to sell from people outside. They'll say, no, those credits from that country, they're questionable. Let's avoid them, or let's buy them at $1. Suppose, let's say $20. Yeah. So integrity will be one of the key things that the ministry is also trying to make sure they're going to be maintained by all players in the ecosystem. And that's why even in the regulations, if you're doing clean cooking, you must get an initial approval or endorsement from the ministry before you even go back to the DNA. Again, it's all in the business of just trying to make sure things are as clean or as high integrity as possible. So yes, fuel stacking exists, and there is a way in which the methodologies have been designed to try and make sure that credits are only issued in places where emissions reduction have been verifiably been undertaken. Yeah. Yes.
Mine is a brief one. There's a period of consumption matter. For example, like what Chairman was alluding to. We are getting into the step period. In case my consumption is very high, yeah, my use of what if this is in a month.
Okay, so just for the sake of the audience, the question is, does the period of consumption matter? So it will matter in two ways. Positively, it will matter because when you're using more fuel, technically you're able to get more carbon credits. Technically. But ask yourself this, does a consumer want to use more fuel or less fuel? Less. That's why the efficiency of the stove has to come in. But at the same time, because all the standards require the monitoring to be done frequently on a near weekly basis, when you look at the records, you'll always see that in certain periods of the year, there's a spike in consumption because of our intense cooking activities. So in the household level, we usually the holiday periods, this Easter holiday, Christmas period. In the case of institutions, we know that in most institutions, in any given year, after let's say 3 months, the schools close, consumption drops. Then after that 1 month goes up. So any person looking at that Excel document, looking at the consumption, can easily tell why is there a pike, so an increase and where there are decrease. So that one can easily be explained. What is important is to make sure we're able to monitor, but because we know for a fact that, especially for institutions are very keen on cutting down the costs of preparing meals for learners. So the more efficient your stove is, coupled with the fuel, the easier it is for you to convince the school to buy my stove. So consumption is good because it gives you more credits, but too much consumption is not good for the end user. And if they find that it's cheaper for them to cook with charcoal than, let's say, LPG, what do you think they'll do? Yeah, because at the end of the day, the end user is looking at the cost of the household, right? So if you're giving them something that will make them spend more in using your technology than what they're using in the previous, likely is that they will not be using it. So the transition will fail. And as you said, we'll go back to business as usual, which is what you don't want. Okay, I hope I'm clear on that. Any other question or comments?
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Lamidi from Uganda National Institute of Clean Cooking. You talked about something to do with metering, and this is the challenge that the private sector is facing actually. Yet the program talks about all the technologies to be metered. So how is it going to support entrepreneurs to have metered appliances so that they can benefit on this? At the same time, the metered technology is always very expensive because you have seen some companies who have ever entered into this with LPP and also EPCs, but the challenge that was faced is low adoption, because once you increase the metering, it increases definitely the cost of the technology, therefore low adoption. So how can we, how is it going to be really supportive for both the end users who are adopting the technologies, but also the entrepreneurs in this for them? Because now, for example, when you see the alliance, most of the companies are dealing with EPCs and they have other technologies, but they are not metered. Apart from, I think, Up Energy, I don't know whether one is also adopting this again because they've tried and exposed the bit, and now they're coming up with metered EPCs. So it means out of the 80 companies in e-cooking, maybe 2. Why? Because of the cost that comes along that. So how will the participation be engaging most of the people who want to benefit of the program, but again, metering becomes really costly for the entrepreneur, but also the cost for the technology. Then it is this, another one is just a concern. I'm seeing the LPB group, the meeting is on Friday, 3rd, which is a Good Friday. I don't know whether it was noted or it is intentional. You can also maybe respond to that because Kampala is so busy on those days.
Yeah.
Barely see and find nowhere to pass.
Yeah, so I'll quickly start with the last comment. So from the initial invitation, there were for the pending LSCs for the VPA level, the initial invitation was that to continue from tomorrow, but I just announced that we have pushed them to the Monday from the 13th of April. So by the end of today, there'll be another email following out, giving out the new dates. So the only local stakeholder consultation happening this week is just this one. Everything else has been pushed from the week on the 13th. So I've got adequate time for each engagement. So we shall be doing an email communication on the specific dates and venue. For the ones that the LPGs will have happened in Kampala, I believe, it's not going to be here, it's going to be at the Sheraton. Again, that will also be communicated. Yeah, because of the Easter festivities, we took note that most likely even from as early as Wednesday, guys might be too busy and whatnot. So for those who have just joined, the door to your extreme right is where you can go for a bit of convenience. And we'll also ask that those who have just come in to just quickly introduce themselves in just 10 seconds. And on your table, you'll find 2 documents having QR code. One QR code is where you'll be giving us more feedback. The other QR code is now, if you want to access some of these documents, please make sure you're able to scan the same. Okay. So very, very quick, just 5 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead. Thank you. My name is Fred Papule from Green Pit Wells. Thank you. My name is Biomass Mark from Caritas Mado.
Just right.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning. My name is St. George. I'm from Caritas Mado in Masaka. I've been an advisor for them for 5 years. I'm sitting with them advice, and I will come back with more questions later because we run a similar program already. Masaka, thank you. Hey, good morning, everyone. Samuel Snow is my name. I have a question. Why is carbon credits only given to devices, not fuels? Then the other one, you said it's not a question per se, but you said that information you're presenting is on the QR code, but it's not there. What is there is the program, and these other things are not the presentation. Thank you.
So to upload PPT, put in the live. Okay, on the issue of the presentation, supportive is going to put the drive just right now. So the 2 questions which are pending is on the cost of metering, and on the question on why credits are going to devices and not fuels. So the first question, part of what we are trying to do here with the ministry is get the issue of now the digital monitoring and verification systems. So part of our work is Carbon is to support the ministry on 2 ways from the demand lens. The first one is to provide the platform where all these devices can be monitored. And then at the same time is to provide the ministry with a usable prototype for the DMRV. Now, the reality is, yes, the cost of the MRV is a bit high, especially when you're doing a handful of devices. And I think they also have been able to beat up energy or even one have able to see. But then things become different when you're doing them in scale. When I say scale, I mean a couple of zeros, like 5, 6 zeros scale. Yeah. So the reality is that part of our engagement with the ministry is to provide them with the software platform and also some of the usable hardwares for it to be able to be run. So a DMRV for an electric pressure cooker can be put inside or outside. Yeah, and we shall be providing some of those options to the ministry. For induction cooker, same thing as well. So to your question about the ones where the stoves are already in supply. So to be very clear, if you have been doing climate mitigation projects for, let's say, more than 3 years without any challenge, then those devices are no longer requiring carbon finance because things have been running smoothly. Okay, I'll come again. One of the bases of carbon finance is to provide innovative financing for people to be doing climate mitigation projects. Yeah. But if you did something 5 years ago, sustainably, without requiring external financing, you're okay. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? You're okay. You have no problem. Yeah. But one of the rules is that for you to get the carbon finance, we can only go as far back as 2 years if there's data. Okay, so if you've got data that speaks to your ambitions over the last 2 years and show that those devices sent out 2 years ago are still having challenges with people paying via PayGo, and it can be verified, then you can get those carbon credits. But something you sold 4 or 5 years ago, to paid back, life is going as usual, without any incumbency, then you don't need the carbon finance. What are you solving for? There's no problem to solve. Am I making sense? That's the reality. But if you're able to show that things you sold about a year ago or 2 years ago, there's still challenges with that particular household, and maybe the carbon finance can help in either expanding the program or ensuring the PayGo model will not collapse, then you're eligible. Because let's face it, PayGo is good for the end user, but it is good for you as a distributor. I'm sure finance accountants tell you that problems, yeah? So that's where now carbon finance can come in to see how can carbon finance support the PayGo model as well, because PayGo is cash heavy, yeah? So for the end users, they can get this thing in $5 and they're cooking nicely, right? But for you, imagine distributing 10,000 stoves at only $5 each, yet you're selling at, let's say, $20. It can cripple your finances. So that's where now the carbon finance can come in to backstop that crippling financial outlook, and shall be having that particular session. Am I making sense? But to answer our question very directly, is part of the work you're doing is provide the software platform and also some of the prototype hardwares. But then when we're aggregating, we can see how many people really require EPCs. So as how then do we mobilize resources to develop the hardware for these X thousand EPCs, X thousand, et cetera, et cetera. The case is different for institutional because most of these institutional devices are also a bit pricey. Like I think some of the simplest or most affordable EPCs are going for about $1,000 or $1,200 a piece. I think not wrong. And the cost of the DMRV is about $100. So it is manageable in that scheme of things. But then at the household level, that's why I know the devices at DMRV is costly. But the trick behind it is now lean manufacturing and at scale. If you go to a manufacturer, you want this thing just for 50 devices, that math will never add up. But if you're looking at the thousands of devices, then there's what you call the economies of scale. And that's part of the work we are going to be supporting the different players in the fullness of time. Yeah, I know I've given a very generalistic, what others will say, political answer, but there's a lot more nuances you have to get into it. How many devices, which type of devices, et cetera, et cetera. So the technicals we shall be doing. The question on why are carbon credits given to devices and not the fuel is as follows. I was cooking with firewood and 3 stones. for me to use LPG, the LPG or the electricity is just a fuel. It needs the conduit. And the issue with the 3 stones and firewood is because of lack of efficiency, because there's nothing to properly conduct the heat. So the credits are in principle on the stove. That's what you call the carbon asset, that which is helping to do the emissions reduction. Without the cook stove, there'll be no delivery channel for the fuel. Okay, so the principal element is the principal element of the carbon asset is the cook stove. The fuel is now a useful component, whereby the cleaner the fuel, the lesser the emissions coming from the cook stove. That's why the credits are tied to the cook stove. So in other words, selling an LPG cylinder by itself does not necessarily get you the credits. Yeah, it is about the LPG stove. Like there's a project in back home whereby the cylinder comes with the burner. Yeah, so that's where now the credits are able to be accounted for. So if it's we talk about electric cooking, but really electric cooking with what? With EPC, with induction, with infrared, etc. So those cooking appliances are where now the credits are able to be accounted from. The choice of fuel is positive, it's good. It helps in now reducing the emissions of the stove. Like I said, LPG has higher emissions content compared to, let's say, bioethanol, or even, let's say, cooking with electricity with the grid or solar. Yeah, so the fuel only helps in reducing the amount of emissions from the stove. The efficiency of the stove also helps in reducing the amount of emissions from the stove. And it's from that assets that you get the credits. And since you're on that topic, another very important factor is this. Let's say this gentleman's company is the owner of the intellectual property of a particular stove, and you are a distributor. For you to be able to claim those credits, and you are not the manufacturer or the owner of the intellectual property, you must get that right from him who came up with the intellectual property of the stove. Am I making sense? Hello? Yeah, because it is his company that went to the drawing board and thought about how can I make a very efficient stove. So they have the intellectual property. And then you are a distributor of his products. So if he has no interest in the carbon credits, he can give that waiver to you in writing, because you'll be asked by the registry, are you the owner of the intellectual property of the stove? Yes, good. And of course, it'll be verified. If not, then they'll ask you to provide that waiver from him, because the last thing we want is him to ask for credits from EPC XYZ, and you be the distributor making the same claim. We call that double claiming, double accounting. Are you together? So for those who are distributors, there are ways in which we can also provide the transaction advisory to go to the people who are having the IP rights and the manufacturing rights, and how do you have them waived to you? Yeah? Or approach such people and tell them, can you give me an EPC that operates in this way? We call it white labeling, and you have the rights as well. So it's possible. The only thing we have to be very careful is him making a claim from the same stores that you have bought from him as a distributor, and also you making a claim. And then your salespeople in the ground, because they know the household, they also make a claim. Yeah, that would be multiple claims, and you can't have that. Are we together? Microphone?
Thank you, Charles. You're touching a very important point. I thought you would bring it home. But many of the people in the room are moving containers from China as we speak. Yeah. You can relate to. Thank you. I'm not saying that. Thank you, Charles.
Okay. No, I was saying thank you, Charles, for the point. Just for emphasis, if you can bring it home. My neighbor here, Fred, has a container from China, manufactured by a certain OEM in China. They want to generate carbon credit. Okay. If you can speak to the local consultation.
Yes, very good. And that's a very good, yeah. It's very good for us to be very, very clear. So, and it's acceptable. So, the question is, for those who are online, again, for everyone else, is you have engaged an OEM, let's say in China or wherever it is. It's okay, nothing wrong with it, so long as, of course, you make sure the standards of those devices meet the standards of the country. Yes, everything's okay. So assume you have met the standards. You need to also speak to the OEM from wherever they are and tell them that you have an intention of generating certain kinds of environmental attributes, the carbon credits. And those attributes will be used to help you in selling those stoves, which of course will help you to ensure you go back to them and buy more stoves. So the clear request should be, can you waive the rights of these environmental attributes? Most likely they'll say yes, because I think for them, it's not in the business model. They'll say yes, most likely. So the yes must be in writing. Okay, and those templates which will be provided from the ministry, the kind of template the data will say, we so and so do hereby relinquish the environmental attributes of this batch of stores or this particular name, blah, 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 of this company to so and so. And that is what you'll now be using when we are coming to the carbon side to show that you have the rights of the carbon credits. Because the intellectual property behind it was built by somebody else, but with your corporation. So that one is very, very possible. So if it has not been done, you should just ask them to have it done. And in fact, I know other people who engage in such OEMs is that they do what we call the white labeling. They give them what you call the device specifications. Hey, I'm so and so. I want a device of this dimension, this efficiency, this color, these brand labels, etc., etc. So at that point in time, you'll tell them, oh, and by the way, I want the environmental attributes. Is this possible? Yes. It's possible, then you do it. If they say no, then probably just get somebody else, because there are quite a number of those OEMs who relinquish those rights. So it's very important to make sure that one is done. Yeah, because I am African, you're African. We want to do a lot of this manufacturing in our respective countries. Sometimes there are one or two challenges that makes us want to bring things from outside, which is still okay. Everyone does it. So just make sure you follow that steps. I hope I'm clear on that. Yeah. And if you're a distributor coming to him, after him has taken from them, you know the process, right? Are you together? Guys, we are doing consultations here, yeah? Yes. He has gotten the rights from an OEM in China, and he wants to do carbon, and you're his distributor. The question I'll pose to you, will he be willing to relinquish the rights to you as a distributor in its entirety? Most likely not. However, this is one of the models we are trying out in other places. So we are telling such a person that is dealing with 20 distributors. You can easily have the distributors sell the stoves, right? But you are never there. You don't know who specific houses by name. The distributors, there's a way I know there was sales agents that knows the households by name. I know this household, the lady of the house has these children, that children, I know they like cooking like this and that, right? So the advice to you then will be this, from a carbon financing perspective. Having the stores adopted is okay. You'll pay the distributor the commission as usual, right? But you need to make sure the same salesperson ensures his household is cooking with it. So the revenue share model has to consider benefit sharing of the carbon credits to the household, and maybe, if you want, to the salesperson who sold the household to be doing frequent checkups to make sure they're cooking with the device. It's either you agree to share your profits or you get no profits. That's what I'm trying to say. Selling the stove is one thing, you give them the commission. But you've sold 1 million stoves to sales agents who are also beholden to other distributors, to other manufacturers like yourselves. You know, the price of loyalty is this, yeah? That is simple. So in the models we're looking at is, can we have a fraction going to the household to keep on cooking, and a small pool of resources to incentivize the salesperson to ensure for at least the first 2 years that household has been cooking? There's something we call community health workers from back home. Those health workers, they know every single household intimately. Maybe you have something similar here. So imagine if those are the kind of salespeople you're using, you need them to be your ally. Because it's them who have a relationship with the household, and it's them who knows what does this household require to be cooking with, let's say, your electric stove. So you have to go to the carbon financial model, think some of the tools again that will be provided to see how can I share benefits to the households to keep on cooking? And how can I also incentivize the same people to ensure that the household is incentivized or keeps on cooking? Because if you just sell the stove and there's no utilization, there's not much credit you're getting. With the so-called transition is on transition on paper. The government will be reading how many electric stoves have been transitioned, but utility player will tell you, I don't know who's using the electricity or if they're all using solar, because the consumption is not speaking to the so-called transition. Because at the end of the day, all this is MRV systems. If 1 million houses are cooking with electricity, we expect you to say, hey, yeah, there's been an uptake of power consumption, right? So if you cannot be saying 1 million houses are using electric cooking, and then the uptake has been as it is, it means somebody somewhere is not reporting accurately or comprehensively. I hope you understand, because at the end of the day, all these are energy systems. There are ways for us to verify consumptions and uptake together. Yes, microphone back here.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, just in response to what you've been talking about, my concern is about power. We have power shortages here in Uganda. The frequency is really, really high. So I'm just wondering how this program is going to intervene, probably maybe to whatever that thing of power shortage, because many appliances are not being used frequently because of that. And two, most of these people who buy like PEGO system, you find that most of them are in informal settlements. They have illegal connections, and their time of cooking is also limited, probably by the landlord or the owner of electricity, probably who's supplying them. So he keeps controlling them. So I don't know how we are going to go about that if we are to engage on this program. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting question.
Thank you very much, my sister, for the question. I think that one is not for Charles.
Yeah.
Much as he is East African. But I appreciate the question. And I think I normally say we may not be able to tell the length of the road until we start walking. So on this journey, my sister, good thing she's one of the top sellers of EPCs. So she's reporting from first-hand experience. But I think one of the things that has emerged over the recent months is the appreciation of the need for integrated energy planning. So as we speak now, every conversation that involves electric cooking has our colleagues from the electricity supply sector involved, because we need them to appreciate the challenges you just raised. And it's beyond just cooking. It's all appliances, it's everything. So we take note of that. But beneath this, I think that's why we are having some of these initiatives to support the work that we do. We have to start somewhere, we will get somewhere.
Thank you. Just one comment on the illegal connections. I think one interesting fact is that in Nairobi, one manufacturing, our best paying customers and where we have the highest sales is in a place called Kibra, which you know well. And of course, a lot of the connections there, they're seen as being illegal, but the people who are using induction cookers, they use them very heavily for business, productive use of energy. They actually make chapatis and other foodstuffs, but the induction cooking is very heavily used despite the connections not being clearly legal. So it's a bit of it's not really for this conversation, because on the one hand, you're supporting the government in driving kilowatt hour and electricity usage, but on the back end, the regulation is handled by somebody else. And we actually have many customers in Cape and Nairobi actually using the product. So it's an interesting one, but I think it's something that we can't really control. And it really depends on how we engage with the customer and also engaging with ERA and other players.
Thank you for that. So winding up on this session, I think by now it's very clear who are some of the entities involved. To be very clear, the CME, or the coordinating management entity, is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, specifically the units whose representatives are here with us. Us, we're playing the role as Mascabon, just the project developer, program developer. And of course, once everything is well built and everything, there'll be a lot of extra capacity building to some of the users will be coming on board. We also have, there'll be different players from other ministries. We know, for example, that the Ministry of Water and Environment is a National Authority, plays a very key role in this conversation as well. So the number of players who are here, and of course, in the fullness of time, those who will be willing to walk the journey by way of you even being invited, is a clear indication that you all have a very key strategic role to play. Before I transition to the next session, is there any other question left unanswered or comments before we transition to the next session?
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel from Quite Limited. I do have a number of questions. The first is how will the program ensure financial additionality where subsidies exist? Because we do know that the government has a number of subsidies that it has offered to different fuel pathways. For example, under clean cooking, we do have this cooking tariff, which is 81 to 150 kilowatt hours if someone uses that per day. But then in the real context, very few households use 80 kilowatt hours a month. Right? Most institutions are the ones that do that. So that means that if the ministry has that cooking tariff, it means it's going to benefit all the institutions who are heavy users of electricity. So it's very important that the program finds a way of how to ensure financial additionality. The second question is about the willingness to pay for each of these different technologies, because I think that's very important, since it's sort of like a multi-fuel POA. Means that once we are able to understand a lot better about the different technologies and how people are willing to pay them, it means that the adoption will be a lot more easy. And even when this carbon credit projects are developed, they will be designed in a much better way. And the other one is about the emissions life cycle assessment for each of these, because since there are different technologies, and we do know that some of them, for example, LPG, like over time, the engagement means that there are some emissions that do exist. So now it's very important that we also get to find out about that aspect of the emissions assessment. Then the other question that I do have is about data privacy, because I do know that there's lots of data in this. Since we do have some of these remote sensors that will be collecting data, but now the different technologies will be used. If that data isn't used well, it can be weaponized, because I mean, like this is data about specific geographic locations, names of addresses of people, different times in which they use these different technologies. So there should be a better framework on how to do that. Then the other one is about the grievance channel, because I mean, since we are looking at the urban households and rural households, and in some of these rural households, people speak different languages. So do we have like sort of a grievance channel where people can be able to submit their grievances or get them sorted out using local languages? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. 5 quick questions. So I think the first one on cooking tariff, I'll let the ministry make a comment on that. So I'll talk about the second question on the willingness to pay for the end users. So as now the proponents, the people will be, let's say the likes of UNEC and whatnot, it is the responsibility of now those within the project, let's say the VPA, to see how best are we going to make sure that there's a high willingness to pay by the end users. Like we agreed, for example, we can all agree here that electric cooking is really the cleanest way of cooking, but is an electric pressure cooker or induction stove as affordable as, let's say, an improved biomass stove in comparison? Most likely not. So are we then going to explore as a developer, the proponents, how to subsidize the price? How do you do pay-go models? The reality is, maybe you can even speak to the gentleman who's housing an OEM from China. I know for a fact that when you manufacture in bulk, you can really push down the price. For example, from some of our studies and extensions, you've seen that an EPC, without even the demand or anything, you can push down the price of one EPC before being landed. That's before just freight on board at $20 a piece. It is possible, but then you're looking at humongous volumes. And that's why if one entity cannot bring in a 40-foot container full of EPCs, then aggregation becomes your savior, because the more affordable this thing becomes, then the willingness to pay from the end users will make sense. Yeah. So be it at the household level or even the institutional level, the cost of manufacturing is very important. You mentioned an important point on life cycle assessment, which is one of the key things that are being considered in clean cooking. Prior to December of last year, when you are doing your clean cooking, when you're doing a clean cooking project, we only cared on baseline emission, project emission, and leakage emission, which was almost non-negligent. It was negligible. But from December, the gold standard and amongst other standards, international crediting program, they said it is also important for us, in as much as you're making as a clean cooking developer, your emissions reductions claim, to also factor in the emissions from two things. One, the emissions from the manufacturing of the cook stove. And two, the emissions on account of the transportation of the fuel. Now, that's why I mentioned that earlier, that the gold standard began to update its standards, its methodologies, to be aligned with the Paris Agreement. So right now, how that the life cycle assessment emissions will be taken into account is from the project program level, as you're seeing. You will notice that we are not mixing up fuels, because the stove that's required to run LPG, the LCA emissions from the construction of that stove will be very different from that one of, let's say, biogas and so forth. So at the project level, at the VPA level, we're able to take stock of what is the LCA emissions for each stove and the proper transportation of the fuel. And the fuel transportation will affect the institution. So for example, if you're going to say you're transitioning schools in a particular region of the country with LPG stoves, but the LPG has to be sourced from Kampala, that is okay. But just bear this in mind. We will have to calculate the emissions from the transportation of the fuel from, let's say, this town to that town. Because the industry is saying, gone are the days where we're just coming to say we have reduced emission at the household institution, but you're not taking account of the emissions from the manufacturing of the stove and the transportation of the fuel from this town to that town. Because if you're talking about emissions reduction, it has to be in the entire value chain. Now, I know the maths becomes very complicated. So how is the standards going to help you? So if the chain cannot be verifiably assessed in terms of how much emissions went into the manufacturing of product, there's a default value given for the life cycle emissions for each stove given within the respective methodologies. It's about 0.017 kilograms of GHG per stove. It's a default if you're unable to calculate for your own particular stove. So, but to be very clear, right now we have to account for LCA emissions and also transport emissions of the cooking fuel. Yeah. And again, to reemphasize is that the third-party auditor will come and ask those questions. You're saying you manufacture them 2 kilometers from this hotel, no problem. Let's go to your factory. Yeah, they come and verify that. So if you're dealing with an OEM from elsewhere, no problem. Have the full declaration and show how we're doing the calculations. If a school says you're getting our fuel 600 kilometers away from here, then that has to be taken into account. So as we are looking to scale and to leverage carbon finance, let's also be very strategic with our carbon footprint. I hope in a couple of years' time, they'll not say we also account for the footprints of LSCs, because there will be no carbon credits left at this point, but you get the point, yeah? We do the emissions reduction at the household level, very good, but we also have to be cognizant of the LCA emissions, as you put it, and the way the program is doing it, at least you have segregated the fuels by VPA, so it makes the calculations extra easy, or rather more manageable. You mentioned data privacy, and it's not that data privacy, but things on human rights, gender equality, etc. There's a session we're having in the program on the safeguarding principles that we also have to show. How are we making sure there's data privacy? Yeah, I know we just do a statement, right? But if you're having a DMRV system, for those of you who are into ICT protocols, there's a way in which you are collecting data from 50 people here, but not everyone can see the data collected. Some will be seeing a name with 2 letters and then stars. Others can see everything, but not too many others. Okay, so there are different levels of data anonymization that will be embedded within the DMRV system that some people can see, some people cannot see. For example, I know that Up Energy, Wana are doing the DMRV system. I can tell you for free, not everybody, those companies can see the full data. Example, no. Some see everything, maybe 1 or 2 people. The vast majority are seeing a lot of stars. See star, asterisk, because in data privacy, we say only collect what is useful and only see what is useful to you in your role. So that's some of the data privacy laws, the restrictions that are going to be shown within the DMRV system. And I'm sure already the 2 companies have been able to show it. So when now the auditor is coming, they'll have to see everything because they're the auditors. But if it's a financier, some of the financiers, to your project